Hello, hello, and welcome to another episode of Tiān 2, the big 2-0. Well, well. It has been a bit of a journey, and after the events of last week, in which the group, leaving the mine and traveling towards Dark Gulch with their new companion Iggy, have found themselves now at the front door of one Dranth Copperfoot's ambush? Monologue? Forced Shakespeare in the Park, whatever you want to call it. There was an intense altercation as initially the party, in one way or another, ignored a lot of what Dranth was saying and didn't take seriously the events unfolding as, well, considering they have fought monstrosities beyond the worst imaginations, a giant rock man is the least of their problems at the moment. Little did they know that there was more behind the scenes, as their Duragar friend Malman had fallen victim to one Drenth, his mind not his own, and after an intense altercation, they were able to release Malman from the control and destroy the stone golem. In this moment, Malman, apologizing profusely and trying to understand and relay everything that had happened, we rejoin our party.
Seeing
Oh,
that everything's calming down more, I would like to go up to the collapsed stone golem and just pick up like one rock
Okay.
and say, I don't know if you can hear me, but you have truly made me angry now. I Everything that I've done to you is going to be comparative to childish pranks. Now I'm going to make you wish for death. I am going to bring the entirety of the forces of the Unseelie courts to your doorstep and make you die 1,000 times over. I just hope this gets to you so that you know what is coming, because I will find you. And I just roughly chuck it onto the ground. Also, are there any gems inside the golem, or is it just rocks?
Uh, hold on. I didn't know that you, also multi-classed in monk and hit me with a stunning strike there. Uh,
No,
whew.
I was very quiet during the fight because Paseth was building up the rage.
No, that is amazing.
I
And
love
that
it.
is an awesome way to start. Um, Roll an investigation check. In the meantime, what are you, Leanna and Estelle doing?
Uh, what time is it? Is my first question.
Roughly
It is
late
precisely
afternoon. Oh, yeah, fuck you. It is exactly 4:37 in the afternoon.
Hmm,
Maybe I know we're
4:37.
close, but maybe we should think about setting up camp and then heading to Dark Gulch in the morning. Want to be fully rested and have all of our tricks just in case something gets at us right away.
Oh yeah, for sure. That sounds like a wonderful idea.
Yeah. Try to see if we can get at least sight of it, then stop there, so that way in the morning we're ready for whatever. And Estelle's gonna shift her attention to Balmud now and say, I I'm so sorry for all of that. Are you okay? Is there anything I could do to help? How are you doing?
How can we help you?
I, I'm, uh, you do notice that despite my above game inconsistency with his voice, Malman normally spoke with kind of a high pitched, more jovial tone, but now his voice is a lot more metered and sounds just a lot more like a typical dwarf. I, I'm going to be just fine.
Yeah, inciting that shit.
Yeah, go ahead and say.
11, I believe him.
It wasn't a high roll because he's not being very good at fucking lying.
That was a 2, by the way.
An 11 total with a roll of a 2. My gosh.
I didn't see your investigation pass, Seth. Um,
Yeah, 13.
Sorry about that. You do find gems in there. There are 3 opals, which would amount to 110 gold pieces. Leanna, obviously, Malman is fucking rocked right now.
Yeah. You mentioned Bunag. Wait, sorry. I'll get to that later. My brain got ahead of what was actually going on. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a lot that has happened since I left. I don't even know where to begin.
Well, I might be able to help a little. You mentioned Bunag. Does the name Bethal mean anything?
It doesn't ring any bells, no.
He is a cloud giant that I befriended, freed. He gave me. She holds up her hand and lets the sparks show for a second, and he's looking for the resplendent promise.
So, I guess most of the brothers are awoken. Sorry, I'm having a lot of trouble focusing.
Understood. Understood.
How have you had any progress? You were looking for that doctor, scientist guy in
Longstride.
Rustyard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we met him.
We found him.
Did you find out anything?
Yeah, I I found what I was looking for and a little bit more.
Good. Good. Oof.
Why don't uh, why don't we just take a few minutes to sit, to rest, uh, and you mentioned you don't know where to begin. Well, once we sit down, how about we start from when you first got to Rustyard and go on from there, okay?
Dark Gulch.
Or Dark Gulch. Apologies.
Right. Right. And his eyes kind of flutter again and just kind of look up to you, Estelle, and roll an insight check real quick.
All right. Inside, where is that? There it is. A 25.
You see the initial confusion on his face, but it quickly melts away, and through a bit of a headache, he just gives you, through the thickness of his beard, a soft, toothless smile as he heads over to the campsite. You can tell that his number one concern right now is the safety of the group, and that is what makes him happy more than anything.
Poor guy.
Yeah. I. And then she's gonna say this next part a little bit more quietly. I have never hated someone more in my life than I do right now. And that is saying something with the maestro and show.
The Maestro likely doesn't have control over themselves, and Show stopped being an asshole.
Yeah. I just find it funny that someone who didn't know me their entire life is now someone I'm trying to get on better terms with, and someone they didn't know until 5 minutes ago is now the most hated person ever. Funny how things work out like that.
Leanna's going to nod, then turn over to Iggy and walk towards her.
Iggy is currently juggling some of the rocks that the stone golem crumbled into.
Good farm.
Thanks. I was concerned that some of them might be a problem with different weights, but I think I found a few of them that are roughly the same size.
Yeah. And if you want some that are exactly the same size and weight, just let me know. I carry a whole bunch.
Oh, I was more intending on just trying to use these, well, so when we see them, I can smash them against that guy's head.
I like this idea.
also check out what I found.
Uh,
Yeah, pretty decent sized opals. I'd say they're each worth about 36 gold each.
would would Lyanna have noticed that Iggy did what allowed Malmon to break free from the mind control?
Oh, yeah, very much so.
Okay. Thank you for intervening back there, Iggy.
I couldn't just sit here and watch that poor man just struggle so much.
But thank you for helping our friend.
I like his beard.
He does have a good beard. He also has a really cool collection of snow globes.
Really?
Yeah.
He loves showing them off. You can go ask him.
But I'd wait until he's had some rest before asking him.
True. Yeah.
Right, right. Estelle, what are you doing at this moment?
At the moment, she is for the first like minute or two after minute or so rather, Leona went over to Iggy. She's just thinking about how possibly to what in her mind would be a fitting punishment uh for Durant whenever she gets to him, almost already sure that the group would win if they got into a fight again, and just already contemplating that. But a little bit later, she just kind of shakes her head uh, and goes over to Malman to check in on him again.
So, as a few of these events happen and you all take a moment to breathe, I'll say that you were intending on the can't be made here before you proceed to Dark Gulch, correct?
Around here, yeah.
The general area.
Okay. I would say it's easy enough. After about half an hour or so of setup, as the sun begins to crest over the horizon, turning the sky to a very warm mix of purple and orange, creating a wonderful violet hue in the middle. You guys are able to sit down for camp for the evening around a fire. I it might be easier. Is there anything that you wanted to? Maybe if you ask me a few questions, I can get my thoughts organized a bit better.
What
Okay.
was the what happened on your way to and when you first got to Dark Gulch?
the way to Dark Gulch wasn't very eventful. Didn't run into much. Saw a sprite and a pixie, but nothing out of the ordinary. At Dark Gulch, I was investigating for a while. Came across a couple of interesting people. It took about, I'll say, a week and a half before I finally ran into a shawl.
Okay, so you did find her. So, what exactly was she like? I remember you saying something about her earlier being different.
The dwarven womenfolk have always been as headstrong, stubborn, and stalwart as the menfolk. A little bit more with the intelligence than we did, but when I first met her, she was down by the reservoir, and she was just staring into the water. And I approached, assuming that she was at ease or calm. And she was quiet, but I didn't think anything was wrong. And then she turned to look at me. And Malman will kind of just trade his glance between the three of you equally, eyes moving not frantically, but quickly. I have seen the darkest of caverns down in the underground, in the underdark. None of them come even close to the eyes I saw.
Just like pure blackness?
If there was a way for the night to feel rage, it was the deepest rage I could ever imagine. I don't have the most vivid imagination, but that... I don't know what that was.
And after seeing her, what happened?
You see him put his fist up to his mouth and it clenches tightly. You see the veins starting to bulge in his hand. Passeth, you recognize this quickly as the telltale signs of a dwarven pride gravely injured.
Oh, poor buddy.
Leanna will walk closer and offer a hug.
He, without moving the hand from his mouth, will give you a one-armed hug. Not.
Christian side.
I didn't want to use that, but that's the only way I can think of describing it. As he nods and drops his hand. The Durgar pride ourselves on being able to withstand any of the influences of psychic energy or mind magic. We were slaves for hundreds, if not thousands of years to the damn squid faces. And falling victim, he spits the word, is disgusting.
Her glance with Dell.
Were you able to see what happened that caused all of everything?
As in my control thing.
Yeah, as in what happened to allow that to be placed on you, or...
I just remember looking into Shaw's eyes and just like my body couldn't move. And then he just starts grunting loudly as he says, I don't think that Copperfoot is anything other than a pusillanimous slime. The things...
We will get him.
The things he made me do.
Diana's gonna hug him closer. It wasn't you. It wasn't you who did those things.
It's...
Blames on Copperfoot. And believe me, he is going to pay dearly.
He is going to get what he deserves.
Doesn't seem like him.
As you hug him, he doesn't rebuke it, but in his anger, Malman does not return the hug. And
Oh, yeah, this is purely for comforting him. I'm not expecting him to reciprocate.
And I think this happened when your cord got knocked out, Zoldan, so I just wanted you to be able to respond. Passeth mentioned that he looked at you when the squid face was mentioned.
Okay. Yeah,
Hard look
I
at
did
it
not hear
still.
that. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah.
Sounds similar to long stride, but I don't think you're kin to him.
You say that out loud?
Yeah,
Malman is going to kind of sit up and gently pat you on the shoulder, Leanna, but turn his direction towards Estelle and say, "Pardon, I might have missed over my rambling, but what did your long stride fellow look like?"
he, um, what did he call himself? An elephant, I think he said. Like basically, he was tall, squid face thing. Uh, had he could use some. He had some psychic abilities or something. I don't know what the proper term would be.
Really likes jam.
Yeah, loves
You,
playing jam.
you met an individual that was tall, had a squid face, and had psychic abilities.
Yeah,
Yes.
You met an illithid. You met a mind flayer.
yeah.
Yes?
There's a
I
look
like.
of pure horror on his face.
He's technically my uncle in the same way Estelle is my aunt.
No, that's impossible. They do not have families. They're monstrosities from the furthest reaches of the Underdark and beyond. They are disgusting monstrosities. There's you you did he do anything to you? Did he have you seen any tadpoles?
Uh, yeah. He he
Tell me
said
he didn't use that on you.
Oh, no,
no,
no.
no. Why? What's wrong with him?
Malman just wipes his face and he's just so tired looking. That's how they reproduce. They put one of those tadpoles in your eye or in your nose and it crawls into your head and it turns you into one of them.
Leanna has frozen. Leanna EXE has crashed.
Consciously, just a hand, one of the barrel bot's hand is just over the chest cavity where I have the jar of tadpoles.
I don't know how you did it, but you survived encountering a mind flayer. I had unconditional respect for you before, but now I You're damn legends, in my opinion.
But he never even tried to hurt us. And
Yeah, you was a gracious host.
So let me get this straight. You walked into Rustyard, found his house, and he just welcomed you in, and the town's fine with a mind flare being there, and he just, what, gave you jam?
Well, no, he
no,
failed to make the jam. It actually blew up in his face. And,
literally.
yeah, he
He
had
also
a
mentioned something
secret
about
base.
going out under an illusion so people wouldn't be scared of him.
That too. He also has a secret basement underground area, which makes sense if you were saying that they live in the Underdark.
It makes more sense. Him having an illusion go out, but still him just, I've never heard of a hospitable mind flare before.
I mean, it might have had something to do with both of us being, I guess, born the same way. He technically, like, the way he explained it was that ASMR are half Fae and half, I think the word he used was aberration. Yeah, that sounds right. So I took after more of the Fae side, and he got more of the aberrant side. He even knew an archdruid from my home show. Gives some veracity to his claims.
I'll just tell you this. There's no way that someone like you is related in any way to a thing like that. I don't know how you did it, and I don't know its motivation. But you got out safely, and that's all that matters.
I know illithids are born through these tadpoles. I don't think he was made like that.
There's no other way they're made.
Well,
Oh, well, look at Estelle.
I
People aren't made like that, and she.
yeah, I did something
Same with,
alright.
well, also same with my mom. My mom was born the same way Estelle was.
Right, and she wasn't supposed to have kids, and here
Yep.
she has three beautiful daughters. Sorry, was that a little creepy? Might have been creepy.
I choose not to take it as such.
Okay. One of them is a little violent, but she's just going through some stuff.
I was meaning. I I get a feeling that you've probably been asked this, and Mom points to his ears, looking at you, Estelle.
She'll put an ear, a hand to, her right hand to her right ear. Oh, right. This. Um, so, I mentioned how ASMR are half Fae, half aberration, right? So, apparently, when we were down there, I accidentally triggered some type of trap defense mechanism in his basement, and that kind of locked me in place and basically trapped my mind. And I managed to find my way back to where I was, but it was a very weird out of body experience. I could see me just starting to float in the air, but I was separate from me and everyone else was there. And I guess I somehow willed myself into a second form, a second existence. I was the Fey part of me, and that was the aberrant me. And she had her own consciousness separate from mine, which I thought was weird. Didn't know that. And then, impulsive idiot I am, I thought I want to talk to her, so I, this time on purpose, split myself again, and I'm the Fey part, she's the aberrant part, and I did it perfectly, a little too perfectly, so now we are pretty sure that that separation is permanent now. And I'm potentially a new Fey queen, and she'll do little, like, jazz hands.
Malman just blinks a few times.
Still doing the jazz hands.
I've talked to multiple of the Fey Queens. It seems that is accurate.
Uh, hmm. Well, I can't say that I'm well aware of what your royalty is, but congratulations.
I am just as confused as you. And I'm gonna figure out more.
I honestly didn't know much about Fae other than they kind of sometimes run around naked through water, and that passeth is one. But, um,
It's fun. Don't knock until you try.
I wait. I thought you said that he welcomed you in hospitably.
He did after we used a password that we figured out to get in. Once he realized that there were actually people visiting, he was very hospitable. These were automatic defenses.
Wait, so you found a password to get into his place, and
Yes.
then Estelle's mind was trapped, and then she duplicated herself. You guys are just standing in his living room?
That's kind of how it ended up.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, he's the one who helped me back to my body, question mark. But yeah, he helped me. Without him, I don't know if I would have gotten back as easily or at all, even.
Because of this specific circumstance, I need you three to roll a deception check.
Okay.
Would this be at advantage because it's charisma towards another person?
Indeed.
Okay. 18. Leanna's not amazing at lying, but she can do it. She's about as good at lying as she is at stealth.
Surprisingly, also 18.
Well, not bad.
Not bad. I'm just saying this above game because your characters are technically lying. Well, not technically, because you were attacked by a bunch of intellect devourers when you first entered.
Yes, but those
Well, it's
recover under
actually
the
about
automatic
the-
defenses. We're just not mentioning them.
Yes,
I was
you are
gonna
lying
say
by
something
omission.
about brain dogs.
Oh, okay. I. And he just kind of sits up a little bit. There is a lot going on right now, and I guess I'll just say off the bat that no matter where you guys go or what you need me to do, I'll always be there, regardless of the circumstance.
I feel like I
Appreciated,
speak
friend.
Exactly. I feel like I speak for us all when I say that it's definitely appreciated and we'll definitely be there for you if you ever need us.
Indeed.
So, like, if you're royalty, do you have, like, an army?
I mean, I don't know. I've literally been here, except for like a few minutes since
Didn't
it
you
happened.
say you made another me? Couldn't you actually just make an army?
I don't know. I mean, I maybe I can only do that sometimes. I don't know. I'm still learning.
You
also
need a
make
fairy
that
queen
dog.
teacher.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I want to introduce you to the Unseelie Queen.
Yeah, especially since, according to you, your meeting with one of the Sealy Queens didn't prove that probably don't have the best of intentions for me. Or regarding me, either way. Yeah.
So you duplicated Passive?
I think I
Wait,
did?
except this one didn't have an arm, right?
Yeah, I was missing his right arm.
Yeah, I still don't know why. Wait, that's right. You said you mentioned, like, there was this hole feeling like you went through a portal, right? That might have been it. It might have been at the exact same instance. So,
Which is hella convenient because, you know, timey-wimey stuff.
Fey magic also kind of does whatever it wants, so if the magic wanted something weird to happen,
Yeah. I mean,
It
well,
really wanted something weird to happen because I was sent back a couple weeks in time.
well, some of what I can do, but I don't know if there's anything else or what I'll eventually be able to do as I get more used to this, as I get more powerful just as a person, and less of a queen. This is so weird to think of.
Wow. Yeah, that's. I mean, I wonder why you were able to do that if you're like. And he just kind of does the wax on, wax off hand motion in front of himself. If you're like a different kind of magic, that could be useful. Have you tried doing any more of your summoning with anything else?
Linkus.
Yeah, I summoned a blink dog, or created one, rather.
I hope he's okay.
He should be.
Usually good at taking care of themselves. They can bamf out of any trouble they get themselves into.
Yeah, but it's just a big goofy dog. I hope he's okay. That's more my thoughts. I know he can take care of himself, but I'm still worried about him a little, you know?
Hope he finds his way to my family so they can give him lots of love. They like to do that with animals.
As soon as Passive says, find his way to my family, her eyes go wide and, says, oh, no, wait. No, I brought the other Passive to the Feywild. What? Oh, your family's gonna be so upset. Like, he said he wanted to go home. He probably went to his house, to your house. Oh, okay. Oh, no.
He did what?
Well, he's missing an arm, and he's you, and went to your house.
Oh, God. Oh no. My mom is going to freak out so badly.
Or already has?
Holy shit. I mean, as I was leaving, she was very determined about me staying there. I guess now she has someone. She has
He
a
has him?
Paseth to take
Oh,
care of.
no.
But now
Oh,
he's
no.
coming back with a missing arm? That's horrible. Oh no, my poor mom.
I'm so, I'm so sorry.
Not your fault. We still had absolutely no idea what was going on with the summon Passeth.
So,
I
I,
I
I
I
guess,
know it's not your guys' fault. Wow. Circumstances.
Yeah,
that is quite. Well, actually, wait. He might not have even gotten there because the the um the when we were there, the trees started moving just like seconds after we arrived. I don't know if that was anything good or not.
That's kind of normal. They don't
True, but
trees the trees there don't like to stay in the same place. It gets boring. Why would you want to stay by the same trees for years on end?
so you can find where you're going?
Normally, yeah.
No, I'm saying that's why you generally want things to stay in the same place.
Oh, no. No, again, that's boring. We're usually able to find our way where we want to go. All of us. trees included.
Well, I'm telling you from a non-Fey perspective.
No, don't worry, it makes sense. If you don't, just don't think about it.
You see, I
Um,
can't do that.
Sorry to
Ah, that's your
interrupt.
problem. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Uh, well, sorry to interrupt you too, but we got a little bit off topic. Uh, so looking back towards Melman, do you remember anything else from your time here in Dark Gulch?
Malman, who kind of stood up a little bit, interested in the topic and a little bit of life, looks at you, and as you ask, you see that it recedes back into a frown, and he sits back down heavily.
But
Yeah, I remember a lot. Um, Apparently, Dranth has a separate part of his estate located deep within Dark Gulch. His family has completely monopolized the mines, putting the vast majority of people out of business.
Right.
I, and the few people that weren't, I, I, I went to the house. I went to so many houses. I strangled a father in front of his children. I set fire to a house. I,
you
I,
didn't do any of these things. They may have happened, but it wasn't you who did them.
it was my hand.
But it was not your mind.
It doesn't matter.
It's an important distinction.
Do you think those kids care?
No, I know they don't. But it's an important distinction.
I and Melman just buries his head in his hands and says, You saw the back of those things that are on my head. Were you able to find anything out about them?"
Yeah, I did. I think we need to get in contact with Gertrude again.
I really don't want to.
Wait, why?
But it's reminiscent of hag magic. She is the biggest hag that we know.
If it's
Only
reminiscent
one for
of...
me personally.
I don't want to get her involved because I don't want to owe her anything.
I just want to make sure that she's not corrupted by the Mad Maestro. We gave her a mask.
The Maestro was scared of her. she couldn't move on the maestro herself because she was too, in the best way I can describe it, she's too big, she would be noticed. Which is why the resplendent promise working through the maestro, it's too big to do things openly or it will be noticed.
Wait, those things were done by a hag?
I think so.
Well,
Looks like hag magic.
He looks over to you, Estelle. You, you can summon fey creatures, right? You summoned a dog in Passeth.
well, less summon, I think more create a copy of.
He
But
just
maybe?
Hags are part of the Fey world, so and they do fall under the Fey Queens, so I think you would be able to summon one or create one.
We really want to bring another hag.
Under Estelle's rule,
Would. Are you sure?
Would it work like that? Blinkus was an adorable dog, and he went along with what he said because he was a good boy. I don't think any other Fae would take kindly to that.
The copy of you was basically you with its own thoughts, its own focus. It didn't listen to or follow orders. He was just you, but without any further back memories.
Then maybe don't create one, but summon, just summon one. I mean, you're a queen. Like, wouldn't they listen to you because of your authority?
Lana's going to hold a finger up in the air and turn to Iggy. Iggy, do you have any insight into this?
Well, uh, hags are a real mixed bag. Poof. You said you met. What was the name of the hag you said you met?
Gertrude, a rot hag.
Oh, Gertie. Poof. She's an odd one. She's my mom always had trouble with that one. She
Same with my mom.
it's weird. She has so much, oh, what's the word mom used? Potential. But she never once tried to become an auntie or a grandma.
She did mention that she likes things how they are currently, and was trying to keep the status quo.
Hmm. I mean, go ahead.
Um, Estelle has kind of a perplexed expression on her face, kind of like, huh, that's interesting. especially considering the fact that uh, she not only offered to teach me some, uh, I say me, but Estelle. I'm saying this out of character. I don't know why I said me. To teach Estelle uh, hag magic, or at least some pointers, and also uh, basically be a warlock patron. That is that is certainly some news that she never tried to do anything. Uh, that Gertrude never tried to do anything uh, like that. That is interesting for Estelle, and that's all I was gonna say. Continue on.
I I mean, there's I've never seen someone like Estelle. I've never seen another queen try to create something before like that. I mean, I'm sure they could do it, and I'm sure that it is possible, but I I don't know what will happen. I mean, if it's predictable, it's not really Fae.
And also, uh, not to disparage you, Estelle, but if another fairy queen, like one who has been established, would have a lot more control, a lot more power behind them doing something like this. It's one of the.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I can imagine. Right now, it's just kind of a potential thing.
Because I'm a little bit lost. Are your fairy pixie queens, are they nobility, or is it like they rule with an iron fist?
It um
Yes, yes, and also they kind of magically control and create their own dominion in the Feywild.
mhm, yeah, and personality is kind of up in the air. The style of ruling, it really just comes down to which one you're talking to and if they're in a good mood or not.
Very much reliant on or very reflective on the season they hold.
hmm Yeah, the I I've only been to I mean I know of Autumn from here, and then just kind of spread her arms out. And I was in the summer court for all of 5 minutes, and I didn't really like it that much. But it was beautiful. It
Perfect.
was hot, but it was beautiful.
Thankfully, since you're very connected to Autumn, your personality hasn't really changed that much. Autumn's usually a very giving queen.
Well, hey, fits me perfectly, I guess.
Yeah.
So, if you created a duplicate of Paseth and it was just Paseth without the memories, and Malman with an Actually, everyone roll an insight for a second.
Okay.
28.
Oh,
Oh, 20.
17.
wow. The lowest is a 17. Okay. You all very easily distinctly see the look in Malman's eye as the cogs start turning in his head. And there is one thing on his mind, and that's revenge. As he turns to you, Estelle, and says, if Paseth could be duplicated, and it's Paseth without the memories, then what's to stop you from taking one of the queens that isn't insane and duplicating them?
The fact that they likely wouldn't listen, and the queen who is copied, and the other queens likely not taking too kindly for something like that happening.
Well, the copy Paseth didn't know he was a copy, right?
That probably is part of the issue. If I do copy one of the queens and doesn't know that she's a copy, tries to go back to the Feywild to her court and find a second her, that
Or just the one that's already there, noticing a copy of themselves and taking offense.
Don't know if they would know exactly if it was them being copied, but I definitely noticed something happening when it happened.
But that's the thing. If you're able to just copy one of these incredibly capable queens, you would just tell them what happened. They would be grateful for their existence, and you would have an immeasurably powerful ally on your side.
You'd have to be a very good liar to do that.
What's to lie about? You created them. You are the reason that they are standing there. They would be grateful.
mm,
Oh, once again, Iggy, what's your thought process on this?
That would be, fucking terrifying. Don't tell my mom I said that word.
Don't worry, I won't.
No, it's apt though. It's very. It applies.
yeah, um could I, without actually doing it, could I try to roll something or just do some type of self introspection or whatever would be needed to see if this hypothetical is even possible?
That, if you would like to suss out and deduct whether or not this would be a viable possibility, I would say yes, but the stat you would have to use is intelligence.
Okay. Yeah, like by no means is she trying to actually do. It's just wait, can I even, like, does she quote unquote sense any possibility that she's powerful enough to do that? And would it be a straight intelligence roll?
Uh, So your base question is, am I powerful enough to do it, or would the situation laid out by Malman work, or both, or...
Um, in Estelle's mind, the possibility of creating a copy or to create another Fey Queen and have her listen and obey instructions or commands, that in Estelle's mind is out of the question. She just wants to know if it's possible.
Understood. Yes, a a straight intelligence check.
Okay. A 15.
15. Taking a second, you begin to just kind of lay out in your mind palace a set of ideas. The first attempt was Blinkus, who, while not a caster of magnificent renown, is still a giant fucking dog that could, if it wanted to, bite the head off of a human with minimal effort. And the second time, you did create another version of Paseth, and you've seen what your friend is capable of. Whether or
I'm
not
capable of a good amount.
whether or not you could make the jump to something as grand or as monumental as an actual Fey Queen is a hard thing to fathom. However, you do remember that you created yourself.
Oh boy. Alright, so it's possible. Might not work, but there's a possibility it could. That's how I'm interpreting that information. Okay. Okay. Uh, Estelle's choosing not to share this information. She's just simply thinking whether or not it is, and it's possible. Maybe. Could potentially work.
Regardless. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Paseth.
Going through of the list of Fey Queens that are available. Let's say even if you could do it, Tiān is definitely out. I would not. I don't think that would be a very good idea. Um, I don't know about Summer Queen. Probably wouldn't be a very good idea because she already in her mind is not a fan of you. I don't know about the other queens, how they feel about you. Uh, Iggy's scared of the Ice Queen or the Winter Queen, so probably not her. Uh,
I,
Ignia might be a good idea.
uh, uh, Sorry, I mixed up Melvin and Iggy's voice. Um, I don't think that would be a great idea to try and copy Mom.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think copying any of them would be a good
That
idea.
Yeah, it, I don't even know if it's possible. I mean, maybe, but I'd rather not try. That is,
here's another option that we can do. Why not yourself?
I I mean, I already did that. I
Right.
I mean, when I was separated from my body, I created a body for myself, and also I separated myself from one into two. So I technically have already done that. I just haven't tried it this way. And I think two Estelles is enough for the world. I don't think anyone is ready for that, for three or more.
Imagine an army of Estelles marching down on Dran. That would be pretty spectacular.
Regardless, though, if what you're saying is true, Passeth, and that's Hag writing on the back of those mind control things, then that means there's a Hag that is working with Dranth. Or whoever created that, because I don't think he's smart enough to make that.
Oh,
And if you
definitely not.
and if you know a Hag, that Hag could be the exact same one that is doing that. And these could also be the things that are controlling Alayla as well.
No, t- I don't think they're the same hag because Gertrude wanted us to kill the Mad Maestro, and Dranth was working with the Mad Maestro. Unless he never said anything about that, but I doubt she would have that go unnoticed.
Malman
That's why
turned.
I'm still thinking that it would still be a good idea to at least call and check in with her, get her point of view as another hag.
Malman turns to Iggy and just says, "It. You know a lot about all the Fae and stuff. If how many hags would be in one close area like a country like this? Do they travel in groups, or are they like a gaggle of hags or something?" Um, I mean, hags are usually they either are secluded and keep to themselves, or usually they form a coven. If there's not a coven of hags, again, they are usually pretty solitary and are kind of territorial.
Gertrude was in the general vicinity of Ember Hollow.
Mhm. Right. So it's possible that we're far enough north to be in a different territory if there is another one.
that would mean that these hag or this hag's magic is encroaching on others' territory. Because they're affecting our loved ones throughout Tiān too.
Yeah.
I, I really don't want to owe Gertrude anything. Especially since, and these two know it, and I mentioned a little bit that she has history with my mom. She tried to eat my mom.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a thing that happened.
Malman stands back up. And if I'm not mistaken, there was a point in time in which you would have killed me. But we're here now, there are differences, and we can't let that get in the way of doing what is obviously what we need to do. If you know a hag, and this is causing, and he holds up one of the, or he points to one of the suction cups, and a hag is causing that, we're talking in circles, not dealing with that issue.
I just. Yeah, you're right. We're just talking round and round and round, not getting anything done.
Leona, if you're afraid of owing a hag anything, if you can just bring the hag here, I'll make the deal. You don't have to do anything with it. I'll convince her.
Leanna's hands tighten into fists and she looks away. She's looking very conflicted.
There is beyond what I can put into words what I have to repay for. If you can get Gertrude here, I promise on my life, on my soul, that there will be nothing that will fall on your shoulders. I will carry it.
Leanna will turn to Estelle and just give her a look.
She also looks somewhat conflicted, but
We
she.
could always ask the red cap if he's around, I guess. Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah. Alright. Well, enough talking. Let's start doing. And, Estelle's going to, uh, call out, uh, not shouting, but louder than normal speaking voice. Hey, Saddlebeam? You there?
Roll a D100 for me.
Alright.
You want a high number.
Alright. Let's see what this is. A 70.
70.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I was saying that as you call out and you wait anxiously for a response, there's a rustling in a nearby bush off by the tree line. and out of it pops a red cap. But this one's different. This one has a kind of scarred and almost mangled looking body, shirtless. The muscles, or the skin is pulled tight over the muscles. And one eye is much bigger than the other. The sickle that they are carrying is much smaller than Sabel's, but still a nasty and gnarly looking one, as there is indeed a red cap on their head. And they say, "Oi, you know my boy Sabel?"
Yeah, I do.
"Oh, ain't that great? He looks like he's moving up in the world. Didn't know that my boy would be..." And he kind of starts limping over, Quasimodo style. Didn't know he would be, getting, all the kind of attention that he is.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't think we've met.
Oh, where are my manners? Name's Gas.
Okay, hello there. How, uh, I'm, I, I'm Estelle. So how do you, how do you know Sobble?
Oh, we all kind of have general association, after a while, I kind of have to unionize, the hags take advantage, no weekends, you know the deal. So, yeah, I just heard you yelling Sobble, and I'm like, oh, Faye Queen is yelling Sobble. He must be doing something interesting. So, I feel like I'm a bit out of place here now that I think about it. And he just starts looking around.
Well, yeah, we've met a few times in the past, and, uh, he helped us, with a few things once. Well, he helped someone who helped us a few times in the past, so we wanted to, uh, talk with her again. And I met him the other night, so I thought he might still be somewhere around.
Oh, you're talking about Sabel's hag. Yeah, Gertrude. Yeah, I temped for her once. It was not the best. Rod hags are kind of, I'm a red cap and I have low standards, but they have low standards. But yeah, last Sabel said he was taking a bit of a vacation from her, and she hasn't requested any more red caps, so I haven't heard much from Gertrude in a while. Why? You're looking to talk to her or something?
Yeah, we, we found something with hag magic on it, and we figured she would be quite the expert on it, so we wanted her insight.
Oh, yeah, that would be. Oh. And he kind of looks down and starts patting his chin, scratching it a little bit. That would be quite concerning. You sure what you found was hag magic?
Definitively.
Then. Oh. One of her sisters might be coming in then. let me. And he kind of looks over and he's like, "Oh, are you sure you're gonna want the fairy here? You know, with the, hags kind of like them as snacks, so."
He's fine. Yeah, he was. Asked for help with, so
It's one of the chaps that got the job done.
Well, if you. And then he stops, and then you see the red cap's eyes meet Iggy's, and he's like, "Oh, this is really serious. Okay, let me see what I can do." And he runs off into the forest again.
Estelle, kind of. She puts her hands on her hips in a very exasperated, pose, and says, "Well, not what I was expecting or hoping for, but it should be just as good,
Something.
I hope."
I hope it's something.
What's your all's passive perceptions?
19.
Let's see, 17.
12.
12. Let's just see how subtle this boy is. Yeah, not subtle. You hear from the bushes the voice go, "Yeah, can you connect?" No. No. Yes. Gas. I don't remember my birth date. Yeah, I'll wait. And then
Dealing with the customer service.
you just hear do 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 do. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're. Oh. Oh. Okay. Sure. And, gas comes back out of the tree line. So, there's a bit of a snag. Apparently, about, what did they say, about 7 or so weeks ago? Gertrude kinda dropped off the map.
What?
That was after we gave her the maestro, wasn't it?
Oh no.
Chalk up another point that Seth was right.
Oh, okay. So, oh boy, what do we do now?
Hold on, let me roll another thing for this boy.
high rules.
Okay.
Respectable, respectable.
I would say, because it's always on, Gas will turn over and look at you, Leon, and say, "Hey, isn't that one of..." And he'll like kind of hobble closer and squint, but he's just squinting the already squinted eye, and the other one just kind of opens wider. Isn't that one of Gertrude's trinkets?
It is.
Oh, well, then you got no problem. If you got a hag's trinket, you can always contact them.
How?
Good question. Give me a second. Runs to the tree line, and you hear do 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 do.
Estelle's going to take out her glasses and just kind of, I guess, it'd be hard to magically inspect them while wearing them. So without the help that they give, she's going to try to see if, while waiting for gas and customer service, she's going to see if she can figure out how it works on her own.
Okay.
So,
Roll Arcana with disadvantage.
all right, disadvantage, and let's go double net 20. I've done it before. I could do it again. 19 and 15.
15. Surprised you didn't guidance yourself there.
Completely forgot, honestly.
15. There's what only one can describe as a return address as the form of a signature in Sylvan in the back. As you look at the glasses and the very micro inscriptions across them. And you can tell that there is a personal stylized flair that is added to these, but the primary issue is that the rest of the runes that are inscribed that you can see are all written in however hags conduct their magic, which is something that is completely foreign to you.
Okay. She is... Actually, no. She doesn't understand it, so she's not gonna mess with it. She wants to very bad, but the last time she did something out of seeing if she could pass hath lost an arm, so learning from touching that fire. So she is just simply going to wait for Gas to get back.
Okay. As you guys are waiting, Uh, the the music stops playing, and then you hear a voice go, "Your message is very important to us. Please stay on the line, and we'll get to you as soon as you can." Do, 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 do.
Poor guy's rolling low on the customer service checks.
Surprisingly, uh, you know, the Red Cap hotline, pretty busy this time of night. Who would have guessed?
Either that or they just one really busy secretary red cap.
Oh. Yeah. After hearing that, Es- uh, Estelle's going to show the inscription on her glasses uh to Leona and Paseth, uh, and say, "I found this. I could maybe try something with that. See if I can use it as some kind of messaging thing, but I do not understand this at all. I'm afraid to push buttons wrong."
I can't read that at all.
I bring out my multi-tool that Gertrude gave me and just tap, tap, tap. Hello? This thing on at all?
It's a tool. It doesn't respond.
Yeah, nothing. I'm not super familiar with this kind of stuff. That also reminds me. Should we test this out at all? I bring out the sending stone that we got a long time ago.
Probably. Didn't we get that from the base row?
Yeah. Wasn't it rocked maybe?
No, that. Well, maybe. I don't know, but. Was.
Since we're trying to communicate with someone, just brought it up to my mind.
That's a very valid question, but I don't think that it's the best idea right now.
So as you guys continue to wait for customer service to eventually get on the line, you do hear the music stop about 20 minutes later. And he's all like, "Oh, thank God, you're..." "Yes. Yes. Gas. I don't know my freaking birthday." "Yes, are you able to do..." "Okay. Okay. Oh, got it. Thank you." And Gas will march back out. "Okay. I think I finally found a way for you to contact her."
what do we do?
Okay. First, you need to be attuned to whatever item she gave you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Step 2, you need to say the the summoning words for the hags.
She did not give us that.
Luckily, I did get it. So, I wrote it down. Sorry, the paper's kind of smudged, and there is a very, very gross rag with kind of what one could call penmanship on it. It is absolutely covered in blood. Dried blood, not wet, but dried. But it does look like it has writing on it.
Uh, am I even able? Is it even legible?
Are you grabbing it?
Uh, she'll uh offer. She'll hold her hand out and to see it.
Okay. Gas puts it in your hand. It feels wrong. But it indeed has writing in Sylvan on it. And the writing says this. You can see in the session chat.
Okay. All right. Okay, so attune to the item, summoning words, and anything else after that?
And, oh, the, lady that I was talking to, apparently the only one working tonight, yeah, uh, didn't mention anything after that, just kind of laughed.
Wait, laugh? Why?
I, I, I don't know, when you work in customer service long enough, anything becomes funny.
Some way to cope with the insanity. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Cass. This means a lot. Thank you.
Don't mention it, your highnesses. And he bows and he fucking hits his face on the ground.
You don't have to bow that much. You can stand up straight. As straight as you can, at least. I promise that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No problem. Just remember, as he's backing up back into the brush, just remember the name Gas and how much I was of help. And then he trips over a vine and goes into the tree line.
He was an odd one. But
Yeah.
we have this now, so. Well, who wants to summon a hag?
Uh,
Rhetorical question. I can do it. I'll do it.
thank you.
I can do it too.
Yeah, well, I feel like it might be better with me. I don't know why, but I have a feeling. All right. And Estelle's going to put on her glasses. It may not help, but it feels like it's better, so putting them on. She is going to uh, sit cross-legged on the ground with the uh, with the fabric in front of her on the ground so she can read it. And she will begin to say in Sylvan, which actually everyone except for Malvin maybe would understand. Grandmother, grandmother, belay my calm. Grandmother, grandmother, stay my calm. Grandmother, grandmother, listen to my plea. Grandmother, grandmother, come to me.
The trees begin to bend inwards as the sun begins to set over the horizon and darkness overtakes the area. Like an almost oppressive force, it seems to surround the camp. As Melman looks side to side, momentarily confused, Iggy stares towards Estelle. And as the dark oppression goes over all of you, Leanna and Passeth, it's like your vision is blocked for a moment, like a blink. But you look towards Estelle. Estelle, as you sit and you mutter these words, you open your eyes once more, and in almost a moment, before you, standing at about 7.5 feet tall, fully decked in feety pajamas and with a bag of chips, with a little nightcap on, is Gertrude, who looks down and says, "Oh, I didn't expect this call. Hi, everyone." And that is where we will take our break.
Sounds good.
All right.
Okie dokie.
I'm
That was hilarious.
We will see you guys after the break.
Yep. See you guys in a bit.
See ya.
And we're back. So, as we return before the group in feety pajamas, a nightcap, and what one could only describe as the iced cream around her lips, there stands one Gertrude in the dark on the trail to Dark Gulch.
Hey, Gertrude. Sorry for the suddenness of this call.
No problem. I was, just, no words, brain empty, just,
Taking time for yourself. We all need to do that now and again.
yes.
Estelle will look over to Passeth and say, could you give me the things? with the magic on them?
Yeah, right here.
All right, thank you. So we looked at these, and we know they have some type of hag magic on them. They were used to make our friend do things he didn't want to do, and we wanted your insight onto whatever it's wherever it's from, or what it exactly does, or well, anything that you could tell us about it.
Um, Gertrude just kind of briefly glances over at it and she says, "Yeah, I know where that's from. Um, that looks a lot like my sister Doreen's writing."
Doreen. Okay. Well, if we probably will be going into a place where uh, I'm gonna need give context for this. So basically, we currently are a little way outside of Dark Gulch, and on our way there, we were attacked by a less than stellar, let's say, individual, and we're going to make sure he doesn't ever do anything like this ever again in the plainest way possible. And we figured that if one of his contraptions was powered by this magic, then there might be more powered by it. So if there's anything that you can give that might, I don't know, short circuit it or something, or somehow help us figure out some way to turn them off.
Wait, you're saying you're saying that you found these here?
They were
Yes.
on our friend, yeah.
That hmm. Um
Is she not supposed to be here?
no, she is not. Um Tiān 2 is my home. Huh. And you see a very not amused look on her face as she just keeps staring at the writing on those suction cups.
Okay. Well, that's at least one question answered. So it might be possible that person that we're dealing with made some sort of either asked for help or deal or something, I don't know, but I figured that it would be best to let you know and to see if there was anything you could do to help us deal with this.
Um, the fact my sister is involved is very weird. Um, uh, I I must ask, what adventures are you getting yourselves into now that the maestro is gone?
Apparently, there's more than the one.
What?
The maestro isn't any one thing. He's able. I think the maestro is more of a mask than the person. He he controlled. When I investigated the one body I gave to you, I sensed strong necromantic magics from it, and we earlier that day fought, and uh, a person who ended up dying later, but he worked with the maestro and followed whatever being that the maestro followed. So later on, uh, that same body, or at least we're 90% certain it is because he had the same red hair, attacked another group of our friends at the same time as we were dealing with the one we gave you.
No, this is impossible. I got the body. I destroyed the mask, and I ate his soul.
I don't know what else to tell you other than what I know. He was in two places at once.
And there was also I did apparently I was doing a little bit of time traveling. I went in the past, and in Cristal I was confronted with another mad maestro, and they were completely destroyed, turned to bloody paste by the Unseelie Queen.
Oh, um, I have not been taken off guard in a long while, and those were two big info dumps that I was not expecting at this time.
I
Um,
told you that we should have told her.
Well, we've got a whole bunch of those, apparently.
It wouldn't have been as big of a dump on you as it is right now.
this this doesn't make sense. There was only supposed to be one promise, 7 pillars.
7 pillars. The
Ye-
story I heard was 3.
the initial group that yourselves you found yourselves in was going to be the group of legend. That is why I found you. That is why I brought you together. But when you decided to split from each other, the legend decided to change. And so, anticlimactically, I found myself writing the last chapter at the gates of Bronzewatch. And afterwards, I found a lack of enthusiasm. So I decided to take some time off.
Wait. Okay. Uh, that is new information. Wait, group of legend rewriting itself? What? No, no, I cannot be a legend. What?
I heard a story that was there were three brothers and three pillars. They held up the world.
Indeed, the three brothers. Can you please help me? What was the name of the one I gave last week?
Bunag.
Bunag. That's right. Oh God, why am I forgetting the three most important fucking names in this entire?
I have Bunag, Bathal, and then the Resplendent Promise.
Yes. That's right. I didn't give that last one. Yes, the original three: Bathal, Bunag, and the Promise. But after years and years of the world without its foundation, it would need a new one. And while you weren't as sizable as the original, all of you together would be able to hold what was left, what is left.
Bathal's looking for the Promise.
He is looking for his brother, yes.
He told me that I was one of the pillars.
Fucking copyright infringement. I had that idea first, then he takes it from me.
Well, he didn't explain what it meant for me to be one of the pillars, so you have that up on him.
Well, I have quite a bit up on him, and as she says that, there's of leaves over her body, completely covering her form, as the nightcap, ice cream around the mouth, and footy pajamas disappear, and she is back in her normal ragged attire. Ah, it's good to be back. But this is concerning, as the maestro is not dead.
And we don't even know how many of him there are.
Or how many there can be.
I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the situation at hand. And you see that Gertrude gives a little bit of a curtsy as she says, "Wow, a lot has changed. I don't remember being in the presence of not one, but two members of a royal court before. I am not as gobsmacked as the others, but I understand there is respect needed in this scenario."
Right. And Estelle will very like clumsily return the gesture. Still not being used to the concept.
Lyanna will whisper, well, more like stage whisper, not as deep, for the bow.
Uh, Estelle probably wouldn't have gone as deep anyway because it just feels so awkward. She probably wouldn't have done it anyway, but she does nod and kind of like rights herself, give herself a little bit more steady balance.
And Iggy in the back just is leaning against a log and says, "Yo, Gertie."
Oh, yeah, the royalty thing is very new to me, she says, straightening her posture back up and rubbing her hands together a little bit before uh, bringing them together and holding them.
Yeah, but look at our Estelle girl going up in the world.
Indeed. Which does bring me to a understandably uncomfortable crossroad.
That being,
Well, once more, I would be remiss if I didn't explain myself further with while maintaining my nature. What I'm trying to say, Estelle, is I would like to make a deal.
all right. What exactly are you thinking then?
Well, and uh, there is a rumble in the ground as it begins to stand taller in front of Gertrude and rises up about 5 feet in the air. And then another section of ground rises up about 4 feet, and almost like the sand around it shedding, it falls to the ground around this stunningly solid and well built obsidian table and chair that Gertrude sits at. And then she pulls up tiny little glasses and puts it on her face. And she says, "Well, I know there's quite a lot that you need, and I can provide. And given your situation, I have everything to gain. So the question is, what is it that you need?" Malman goes, "Well, I guess I'm not a part of this. Okay."
Estelle's Estelle notices, but doesn't bring attention uh, to the comment purely because she'd rather be the one uh, to do something like this rather than anyone else. So she's going to now take a seat and say, Well, one thing that we most certainly need at the moment is if your sister is both helping one of our enemies and encroaching on your territory, it is mutually beneficial for us both that we stop whatever is happening here. So, you help us with that, with taking care of with our own little issue here, and it will help you keep your territory.
Is that it?
Well, there's definitely more. Just starting off point by point. Another thing is that you wanted the Maestro dead, and apparently there's more than the one we delivered. So we can make sure that all of them are, or at least as many as we find. And in return, continued assistance as on our journey as we deliver each one to you. It could be information, it could be more magical items, any assistance that you're able to provide.
Well, there is always the assistance that I offered you before.
That is true.
But I sense there's hesitation from not only you, but most everyone. And she looks over and she sees Malman, who is just kind of curious at this situation, and Aggie, who is kind of apathetic, if anything. Not really
She's seen
showing.
this a million times.
Yeah, this is like the face of a kid who's brought to the office visit with their parent on Bring Your Kid to Work Day. Because there's an awful lot more that I can provide. I know that, and her head shifts over to you, Leanna. Your sister, younger, is sick. And, with no strings attached, she looks over at Estelle, I would be able to cure her. No transformations, no lasting magical curses. Fine as a fiddle. I also know why the seasons don't change, and why it's stayed the way it is, and the true motivation behind the maestro's actions. I couldn't tell you before because the legends would be incorrect if I did. But if you wish to understand, I could easily illuminate it for you.
Lana would like to insight, specifically the bit about Janessa.
Of course. Roll insight. Because you've nat 20'd on her before, roll it with advantage.
Okay. 12.
12?
Yeah. I got a 2 and a 3.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, she appears to be honest.
But Lana is also very naturally wary of hags, even this one who has proven to be trustworthy.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely something to think about.
Oh. Okay. So, another thing that I wanted to mention was that I once spoke with someone with expertise in uh, I suppose the best way I could put it is how the mind works. And when I asked his opinion on something, he said that I'm asking in the wrong place. Instead of thinking of the mind, I should be asking of the heart. So, some of our friends and family are somehow, I believe, being manipulated to do someone else's will, to indulge in their anger and their worst emotions and thoughts. I thought it might be more direct, as in controlling their mind and their will, but if it's something subtler, something of the heart, it might be something that you may able to be help you may be able to help us confirm and to dispel.
Do they wear the masks?
They do not, at least not yet. And I'm hoping to keep that true.
I have heard tale of their goings on. They are not unlike the fables of old. Individuals of great potential turned into something else. But the lesson to be derived from each of those fables is that while they are turned from what their potential led an outsider to believe they were supposed to be, in the end, it was always their choice.
Estelle takes a shaky breath and says, I'm hoping that this time, this fable would be different, but there's no way to know unless finally confronted. But either way, I suppose if this is anything similar to fables of old, then at least we can eliminate one possibility, and one potential hurdle has already been overcome. As for what the maestro wants, and you said you were writing a legend, or you knew a legend. What do you mean by all that?
Like I said, the reason I brought you all together was for the legend that I had in mind to be enacted once more. And I know that it was a worthy cause, as it was to stop something that most individuals would find distasteful.
Like, most likely being the seasons. At least I assume.
Yes,
Right then. Why did he want the seasons to change? And why stop them? Why change them? Why are they not changing?
And why is it only here?
those are very smart questions, but only ones that can be answered with a deal.
Alright.
What do you want from us?
I couldn't make out what you said, Paseth.
Exactly are you wanting from us? And we're already doing a lot. Want us
You,
to keep doing what we're doing?
well, what I want is to ensure that, well, one, I don't have to step out of my comfort zone in order to maintain this land. And two, I want to make sure that Estelle doesn't have to step out of her comfort zone in order to live.
do you mean? I, this whole new queendom thing is already pretty outside my comfort zone. So, unless you mean something else, I'd gladly love to know.
I am aware of most things that happen on this land, but there are new things that I have not been able to ascertain, like how Passeth has the abilities that he does, the magic that he does. Or,
That exactly.
go ahead.
My newer set are ones that I've developed through time.
Technically, the answer to that question is yes. But I am
Okay.
referring to that darkness in your heart given to you by another.
Yeah, it certainly is itchy, but
Yeah.
so far I'm using it for good.
I don't think that was the question.
It is an important distinction, as light and dark do not mean good and evil.
They
But
just are.
she looks over at you, Leanna, and there's a smile. It's a good you're learning. But... And at this point, Iggy sits up. Okay, I get your spiel and your shtick here, but I don't like where it's going.
I don't think I do either, but that's just a feeling. Estelle kind of says that quietly to herself, but it's probably audible in the dead silence of the room. Or not the room, but the area.
What your fellow court member doesn't realize is that you, Estelle, will not be afforded the same freedoms that she is. That's a load of crap. And Iggy points a finger at her, looking very upset.
And what exactly is going on now with you two? What are you talking about?
She's trying to say that Mom is going to do something weird or try and keep you away from everyone, but I know she's not like that. Dear, do you really think that the queen of a court, once she is anointed, would be allowed to walk on this plane freely? Do you really think that Estelle would not be ripped away from all of her friends and family in order to serve next to your mother?
Yeah, part of her is already wandering this plane. I mean, I've met her. or she found me? Both.
Passeth, roll an insight on Gertrude.
Oh man. Something good. Not something good. 8.
8. She gives you a look, and the darkness around her shades a lot of her expression.
Right.
I'm a pretty open book. I'm willing to spill everything. I
But
see the
let's say we don't, because if she wants to know, that's something we can use for dealing with
Oh, you want to do that? Okay. Yeah, what are you gonna give me?
Hmm.
With a
Well,
little bit of a shit-eating grin.
well, there are a few things I can think that you would want, Passeth. Do you want your family back home to know that they're loving a fake? Do you want your family here to be protected from that monster you encountered not so long ago? Or do you want something else?
Thing, but I can easily handle the first one. Second one,
Oh, dear, dearie, dearie. Do you not realize what you've done to yourself? You can never go back home.
yeah, she's right.
it. Right. Because
Just kind of sits there quietly, very dejected.
Uh, Paseth, as you sit down, there's marching behind you, and the footsteps of Iggy are quickly to your side, and she uh, sits close next to you, holding you tightly. It's okay. Mom can figure something out. There's no reason to be sad.
Face my brother.
I'm sure he's fine too.
He's fine, but he hates the unseelie.
He's your brother. He'll understand.
And we'll help him understand if it takes him a while.
You'll understand that I'm just being rash again. Made a decision way too quickly again.
That's how
And,
he'll know it's you.
and it was a decision that helped bring you to us. And that will help us do, well, everything on our long laundry list of tasks that we need to get done.
Hmm.
You made a good choice, Patton.
Yeah, but
I,
obviously our choices are having a lot more consequences with all our other loved ones.
Actions will always have consequences.
honestly, trying to make a decision that doesn't have some kind of consequence is not only impossible, but trying to constantly make decisions without consequences, living your life that way, it's cowardly to an extent. You're going to make mistakes, or you're going to find unpleasant consequences of good choices. The best of us find a way to live with them, to face them head on, and to surpass them. This is just one small thing. I'll be there for you, Tessa. Got it?
Still, the fact that the Mad Maestro is using all of these mistakes and my rash decisions against me and using
The
my
mu-
siblings to do it. This one wasn't even the Mad Maestro's doing. That was this one's a freebie for him.
Then in the future, make sure he doesn't have that opportunity.
Learn from mistakes.
I,
If you don't make them, you can't grow. How do you think I became so good at performing, so good at what I do? I made the mistakes. I learned. I adjusted.
And there's always the friends by your side.
We give a quick glance to everybody, and then at the end, a very long glance at Box Spot. I'm going to take 5 from this. I fly over to Box Spot. Just kind of by myself.
Understood?
Estelle watches him fly over, has memories of the other Paseth that she created, uh, is very unsettled by that thought and nods, evidently making some kind of decision, then turning to uh, Leona and asking, well, one possible option is, as mentioned, helping Jen. And I know we're both family to her, but you've been there for her longer, so I don't feel right making a decision for you like that. So I wanted to ask if that's something you would consider right now, this way.
I really want to be able to talk to her because one of the big things with Jenny is that she wants to be able to make decisions on her own and do things on her own. And yes, this would be healing her, but I don't know if she would want it to be this way. I just don't know.
Then we'll err on the side of caution and say, for now, no. Alright?
Leanna looks really conflicted.
Dearie, dearie, there is great empathy in your words, as you do clearly care about what your sister thinks and feels. I understand. I have a few of my own. The thing that needs to be asked, would you rather her live and spite the actions that you did in order to ensure that life, or her die happily, knowing that she tried everything she could on her terms?
She'd want it to be on her terms.
So you would allow your sister to die?
I still want to help her, and I still will help her, but I don't think making the choice of what to do for her is the right thing to do.
If you believe that to be the right decision, then I will not force your hand. But just remember, it's not just me and the Bone Devil out there.
No. And Leanna's like on the verge of tears because she's so stressed out.
Hey, hey, you can go with Paseth too if you want. It's fine. Take a few minutes for yourself. Okay?
She's going to step off to the side and just curl up into a ball.
Joining you is Iggy, who gives you a big hug, and Malman, who will give you a rest a hand on your shoulder, giving it a small rub.
I don't know if I'm doing the right thing.
Just take a deep breath, girl. Don't rush in. Yeah.
I'm trying not to.
It's okay. Don't let that hag scare you. Mom can help with this too. I know she can.
Thank you.
And oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was done.
Okay. I thought I heard you take a breath, so I thought you were gonna say something else, but if
Oh,
you're done.
I
Okay.
muted my mic because I was going to cough.
Oh, never mind then. Uh, okay. So, Estelle's also going to watch Leanna for a few moments before turning back to Gertrude and say, okay, well, that appears to be one edit to make to the deal, potentially. So, I believe that was everything. So, to recap of the deal so far, we are potentially gaining from you the answers to the questions we asked. Why are the seasons the same? Why keep them the same? Why change them? And others regarding the Maestro's motives and the way of Tiān too. We would also like for each Mad Maestro we give to you compensation through magical items, and for right now, some way to disable the hag magic that we will be encountering. If one piece used it for its magical makeup, then surely there will be more later. And sorry, go on.
No, sorry, I'm just lying down, so I just exhaled.
Oh, you are fine. Okay. And in return, we will help you with this territory encroachment from your sister. And by doing so, that will also help us with the person she seems to be working with. If we ever encounter another Mad Maestro and defeat him, we will give the body to you to dispose of.
See, you see that I feel like you would be going through hoops that are unnecessary. As, to be perfectly frank, I was under the impression that the Mad Maestro was a singular entity. That singular entity is what I wanted. Now that he is not, it is not something of my desire anymore, as things have now changed in approach.
I see.
As for my sister, her encroachment here in Tiān too is one of subterfuge and stealth, one behind the scenes, for if she were to appear on her own, my sister would not live to tell that legend. and I wouldn't have to lift a finger. So,
That was
the presiding question is the one I asked initially. And it's what I can do for you. Because getting you, Estelle, to agree to the deal is the only thing I need in return.
Could I potentially insight that as to
Yes,
why that in and of itself is all she needs?
and the DC is going to be lower.
Okay. I'm going to choose to not guidance this because I don't want to do something that flashy, if that makes sense.
Okay?
Uh, let's see what this is. 18.
As you mull it over, it's an answer that is not subtly hidden from Gertrude. It is clear that you making a deal with her in your current form is a very advantageous position for her to be in. You, a Fey Queen, are going to a hag for help.
All right.
That is a very, very big boon for Gertrude.
Could I make some other type of roll to determine I don't even know what exactly, but what that would entail, I suppose. Like, obviously, this is something that is unprecedented, I would assume.
Hmm.
So, like, what exactly is there for this? Because although Estelle wants the answers to these questions and the help that to these problems, she doesn't want to do anything that she'll regret later.
Roll me another insight with advantage.
All right. Insight with advantage. A 24.
Imagine a story, one of the classic fables you've read. Imagine one of the gallant knights who bravely fought off the monstrous hordes and the fierce bandits and the horrible menaces that scourge the land. Under their own power and their own might, they prove themselves worthy of being called heroes and legends. Now imagine that very hero went up to a random townsfolk and in front of everyone said, "I need your help." And that townsfolk was able to help them. Imagine the reputation, the regard, the renown, the pageantry that would be held for someone like that. And, even more so, imagine what that townsperson would be like, would be looked at as, if that hero called them a patron.
Okay. Yeah. And something that I know you have not said, but something that I am thinking, the hero going to the common folk for help and then being able to give that common folk being able to give the help. That's certainly one thing to boost that person's renown. But on the flip side, would it not potentially diminish the heroes? Not saying that that's what is going to happen, just saying that that's a potential, and I'm saying my thought process out loud. Probably shouldn't be, but who knows?
It's a very fair line of thinking.
Just ask some rando for help.
Mhm. Before making a final decision of what to gain or what to leave from this deal, may I ask uh, for one other question out of character to be answered?
Of
What
course.
what I would like to ask is, if I was able to override Foxbot as, oh, apparently a new Fey Queen and able to take control of him through the fairy magic and that. It's a completely different type of Fey magic, but is it a logical, it, is the potential there that I could either disable or control, more so disable, the magic, the potential hag magic that's in other contraptions of Drance and of Nickelwoods?
Above game, uh, it. The thing is that there is the Fey magic that Passeth infused into the Boxbot was still very much arcane magic. It's essentially, think of it like languages. While arcane is English, the flair that the fairy magic that Passeth put into it just made it cursive. So you being able to override it, simple enough. You can understand it. hag magic is like reading Mandarin. It's a completely weird and it doesn't align with any kind of typical thinking of how magic works. So it's a very... You can try it, but it would be a very interesting process.
Okay.
I see that a lot of your companions are very tired, very worn from the journey, and are just now really absorbing what it means to act and be acted upon. This is not something, as a sign of good faith, this is not something I will manipulate. If you wish, I am more than willing to give you a little bit more time.
After a few seconds of contemplation, Estelle will say, will nod her head and say, I'll take the time. I don't want to make a decision like this without making sure everyone's on board with it. We need to discuss and make sure that it's the right thing for everyone.
I understand. And while eager, I will be patient because I believe that you know that more than queens you've never met and prospects beyond your purview, that I am a bet worth taking.
I will certainly keep this in mind, Gertrude. I appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. Until the next time. And Estelle will stand and immediately go over to Leanna, silently sit down next to her, and give her a big hug.
She doesn't even really react. She's not in good headspace right now.
Reaction or not, she's still there for as long as she feels she's needed. Right. So I would ask how you think you're doing, but I feel like I know the answer to that question already.
Trust. Unsure if I made the right choice.
Well, it's the choice you think is best. So that's going to be the right choice for me. Have
The whole
confidence in
thing is
yourself,
that I
kiddo.
don't want to choose for Janessa, but I also don't want to let her die.
And who said you were doing that?
Is my interpretation of what she said.
Well, I can tell you with absolute certainty that I will not let that happen. We will find a way to make her better. It doesn't have to be this way.
I know. I'm worried about the other things that she's doing as well, like with the Bone Devil, whatever the hell's going on with that.
And we will ask her about that, and we will make her answer once we get back home. Okay? We will
Okay.
get everything we need. Okay?
Okay.
We are going to find her. We are going to ask her about whatever she's been doing. We will try our damnedest to make sure she gets better. Okay?
Okay.
All right. And the best thing that I can the best thing I can think of to say right now is it's okay not to be okay. You don't have to fight tears. You can let them fall. If you just bottle it in, it can't be healthy for you.
No.
But tomorrow is always going to be a new day. Tomorrow we will make sure that everything is right because tomorrow has limitless possibilities. You can let your tears fall now,
Damn.
but tomorrow they'll be dry. And tomorrow we will get this done. And uh, Estelle herself is. Oh, sorry about that.
No worries.
Uh, that's fun news. Okay. Sorry about that. Phone went off or something. And looking at how Leona is right now, that is solidifying in her mind that this is Estelle's thought process right now is that asking Gertrude for help is most certainly an option, most certainly a valid option, but it is a shortcut, she feels. It's the quick, easy way to get things you want now. And while there's absolutely nothing stopping Estelle from saying yes to any of the things that are that might uh come from it. It's just that Estelle is a worker and she seeing this and how things always get with Gertrude, it is not a decision that she thinks will be right.
Is Gertrude
I,
still there, or did she leave?
Uh, let's see. She's still there.
so Estelle's going to say quietly to Leanna, we're not, I'm not making a deal with anything for anything with her.
Okay.
I, I'm gonna go away for a little bit, but as soon as I say it's off, I'm gonna come right back here. You are important right now, and family always comes first. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Estelle's going to give one more tight squeeze before going. Stand up, then walk over to Gertrude. I have come to a decision. I thank you for taking your time to meet with us, and I appreciate you willing to, or your willingness to help us so readily. But at this time, I will not be asking for your assistance. I will say that the potential deal that we and the drafts that we have thought of are no longer valid, despite being never valid in the first place. I'm rambling at this point. Anyway, deal's off. I'm not one for formalities. Sorry. But yeah,
If
that's long and short of it.
that is what you want,
Indeed it is. I just need to learn to speak my mind and not dance around the issue. No deal.
then allow this as a parting gift.
Can okay. Uh Apologies for the interruption. Uh can I in I feel so weird saying this, but can I incite the parting gift? Because the word gift does not sound like a word that should be in the Fae's vocabulary.
Go ahead.
Oh, excuse you. I have been giving you multiple gifts.
Okay, you are the exception to the rule, but you are the exception. I trust you. But yeah, parting
Expect
gift,
payback soon.
yeah, like parting gift, like gifts feeling, well, 7 was the bonus, 10 total. So unfortunately, not much. But yeah, my thought process was gift freely given, like, it doesn't sound right immediately, especially from Gertrude.
With that 10, unfortunately, there's very little you can extrapolate from that word. But as she says it, she doesn't make any hand movements to indicate a spell, and she doesn't do anything beyond look at you, slightly tilting her head downward towards you. And she says, "The reason why the lands have not changed in so very, very long is because the land itself is cursed."
Hmm. I see. Cursed land, huh? Oh.
Character, it's like the physical land, like this clump of dirt right here, or is it the whole concept of Tiān as a region in general?
If you wish to ask in character,
Ah,
it, despite what you may think, there are those who are here everywhere who need your help. And in that, the maestro was the villain, and the promise was the tragic end.
And for every time the Maestro was the villain, and the promise being the end, I'll make sure that they get a new beginning.
You see Gertrude look left and look right beyond you, and she looks down to you and says, "They don't want a new beginning. They just want their happy end."
Well, it may not be the one that they want right now, but I'll do everything in my power to make sure that no one else dies because of the Maestro. There've already been too much. Too much death. Too many killed by him or indirectly through people he's working with.
Oh. Estelle, your heart is indeed kind, but you are still naive and blind to those who need it. You don't understand that there are so many things worse than death.
Oh, I fully believe that. That's why I'm not going to kill Durant. Because I believe that.
Give me
Well,
just 1 second. Hold on. So very sorry for this.
you are fine.
Indeed.
Where is it? There is a moment where Gertrude closes her eyes tightly and then opens them again. And slowly, she puts a hand on your shoulder and she says, King Bangzu Tamen, and disappears into a pile of leaves.
Do I happen to hear what she said?
Are you listening to them?
In her own head, but not trying to not listen.
I will say roll me a perception check.
Okay. 28.
28. I'll say two things happen as you hear the words King Bangzu Tamen come out of Gertrude's mouth as you feel something pull at you again, Leanna, and you actually see off in the distance by the tree line a figure, translucent, ghostly, a child sitting by the tree staring off at you as you hear the words King Bangzu Tamen, please help them.
Lana is going to slowly sit up straight, take a breath, and try and look towards where she saw.
So So did you look? Oh, because you see this
Okay,
figure.
Okay, all right. So okay. No, I misunderstood. So yeah, she's already looking.
Yes.
Okay. Ew. She's gonna whisper to herself because she's not sure exactly what's going on. Do I in any way recognize this ghostly figure?
Personally, no.
Okay.
What about that person?
Looks human.
So it doesn't look anything like the creature I saw previously.
No.
Okay.
This looks like a small human child.
Unsure of what to do with what she sees, Leanna's just going to sit there and continue to try and finish calming down.
Okie doke. As you do, there, the night begins to take over fully, the darkness enveloping the sky. Is there anything else anyone would like to do before they rest for the evening?
I would.
Okay. Passive?
As I'm just kind of mostly idly doing it, but I am working on something. I am trying to get the collapsing pole done.
Okie doke.
Trying collapsing pole again.
Roll me another, roll me a woodcarver's check.
There we go. That's a lot better. 26.
26?
Ooh, can I add guidance to that?
I'm gonna say, since you didn't call it, no.
Nah, that's fine.
But 26 is still fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Working into the night, and while some others may be drifting off to sleep, you are at work, and while you're doing so, the pole this time around does come along a lot nicer, a lot smoother, quicker, and the completion of the project is just on the horizon.
Sweet.
Anything anyone else would like to do?
Leanna will volunteer for first watch, I guess.
So first watch for Leanna, and then the other two watches Estelle.
Mm-hmm. I'm good with that.
Okay. For the sake of time, we'll say that the watches go by without incident. As the day finally breaks, a new day, bright, cool, but home.
Alright, long rest button time?
Indeed.
Alright.
So,
The... Oh, sorry, go on.
no, you. I was just gonna say so, gang, but you go ahead.
Okay. The first thing that Estelle's going to do is, as soon as she notices that Leona is like conscious and awake for probably about 5 minutes after, just to not hound her as soon as she gets up. But like 5 minutes after she's awake, uh, moves around, uh, gets more awake after waking up. If you know what I mean by that. She's going to go over to Leona and say, "Hey, how are you holding up?"
Better than yesterday.
Well, okay, that's good at least. Better is always good.
Yep.
I'm sorry. That was all just a whole bunch of wasted time and unnecessary upsetment. I shouldn't
This
have.
is why I didn't want to involve her.
But I know, and I'm sorry.
We could have gotten something out of it, but just she, even when she's trying to be more straightforward than stories that I've heard, she talks in circles and nothing's clear.
I know.
And I got what she said at the end. She said to something, please help them, and I thought I saw a ghost, a spirit, not that far from us. I wasn't sure if I really saw it or not, though.
Huh. That's interesting. Okay. Well, let me know if you see something like that again, okay? You seem to
Of
have a better
course.
eye than me.
A lot of practice from making sure everyone's paying attention during a show, making sure everyone's engaged.
And with as big a crowds as I'm sure you've had, probably is quite a lot.
It can be.
Well, I'm going to make something to eat this morning. Uh, Anything in particular, or
Whatever we have, this place is as controlled by the Copperfoot as we've been told. We're gonna have our work cut out for us.
all right? Well, I'll get back to doing that, and let me know if there's anything whenever there's something you want to talk about, okay?
Of course.
All right. Well, all right. Well, I'm gonna get cooking then, and make sure Passeth is up in time. Knowing him, he probably worked through half the night. And Estelle's going to go off to see if she can cook something new and fun with the berries picked earlier.
You know?
Because we've got a lot of those.
Yeah. Are you cooking it yourself?
Yeah, she's gonna try.
Uh, give me a wisdom check.
Alright. Straight up wisdom check.
Yep.
Alright. 11.
11. Okay. The cooking is a little bit difficult because I don't believe you have the supplies for it.
Oh no, I don't think I do have cooking utensils, technically. No, I have uh got a mess kit, but no cooking supplies per se.
So essentially, what you've been doing is kind of druid crafting some uh, vegetation together, getting some water, putting it in like a leaf bowl, and then kind of mixing it up, kind of herbalism kit style.
Mhm.
I made cooking utensils.
Oh, that's right. Forgot about that.
Last for as long as I use that ability to make any of the artisan's tools next.
Um,
The artisan tools that I don't have.
but the meal is still made decently.
Not my best, but it's food. And one other question. Uh, would it be possible at all? Like Estelle is assuming that the reason the bush was so covered with berries is because she wanted it to happen and uh that it might have been something with Queen Faye shenanigans again. Is would it be possible to use those same shenaniganries to to maybe preserve them as well?
I mean, they haven't changed in quality.
Hmm. Yeah, even from a day after being picked, they would probably change a little bit at the very least. So if they're, do they seem like exactly the same, like as though they were freshly picked?
Yep.
Huh. So it makes sense to infer that they probably will stay as though they were freshly picked. All right. Well, that's one thing she probably won't have to worry about. Well, yeah, that's one worry off her mind. It's a small victory, but it's a victory nonetheless. And yeah, she'll pass around the food she cooks, saying, "Well, it's not my best, but it's food.
Appreciated.
Anytime."
Iggy does join up and get a bit of the food as well. Noticeably, though, Malman is off on a log stump and staring off in the distance towards Dark Gulch.
Very slow to get up.
We're going there as soon as we eat and gather our things, Melman. And there will be a reckoning.
You were saying something, Passeth?
He was very slow to get up.
Ah. Malman, like a stone, just stays there and doesn't respond.
Lyanna will take a bowl over to Melman and offer it to him.
He looks over and looks back to the path and just says, "Thank you, but I'm good."
If you're sure.
Yes.
But despite saying that, I'm still going to insight him.
Okay, roll insight.
Nat 1, he's fine.
He's very determined.
He knows what he needs to do.
Yes. As the breakfast continues and you guys eat and for the most part are full, you presumably hitch up Boxbot and begin to proceed down towards Dark Gulch.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Understood. As you proceed down, the path twists and turns a little bit through the narrowing wood, heading down towards this town. And as you eventually, about halfway-ish through the day, about 1:30, as Passeth would be able to tell you, you notice that the path actually stops and it leads off, and you see in a clearing wide about, what would it be, about 600 feet wide, this massive hole in the ground.
Well, we're here. Or at least close to it.
Once more into the breach.
I much like this part last time. At least this
Well,
little bit.
What are we even gonna do here?
We're going to find a shawl. See if there's anything we can do for her. We're going to find Copperfoot. Make sure he regrets crossing us. We're going to find the person who made his machine and whatever else Nickelwood. And see what exactly is going on in this little town. Well, I say little town, but anything
This
but
place.
little and anything but a town. Let's
I hate to be a damper, but I think we're forgetting a couple of things.
What's up?
What are we doing with Iggy? What are we doing with the kid? Are we going to bring her down there?
I know she can take care of herself, and well, she can definitely be of help. Well, and also
Unless,
just ask her what she intends and wants to do.
unless Estelle can suddenly do what she did to you, Melman. We're kind of needing her right now.
I mean, yeah, I can be of help. I can try and make sure no one does something like that. I'm kind of limited to how much I can do it. I'm not that great at it, but. And Malman just kind of turns around and just starts shaking his head. Listen to yourselves. You're talking about bringing a child down there with a monster. Does no one see the insanity in that?
Well, I do. You're right. It's dangerous. And even though Estelle will turn to Iggy and say, I know you're not just a kid, but we still don't want you to get hurt.
Yeah.
And I don't want you to get hurt either.
I appreciate that. Glad you care about us. I really do. But we can take care of ourselves. And I just don't want anything bad to happen to you, alright?
So where am I supposed to go? What am I
That
supposed
was
to do?
that was going to be my point.
I mean,
Well,
Grandpa's noticed her. He knows what she looks like.
That came across real quiet.
That's what she looks like. He's being
mm, um,
she's got most of my picture.
I mean, Passeth, aren't you, I don't know, connected to the kid's mom? Can't you, like, bring her home or something?
I don't know the limit of how much power she gave me. Guess I can try. Can't leave white lips.
You're coming in really quiet, and I have you at 200%. I'm sorry, man.
Oh, how about
Better.
now?
Better.
oh,
Better.
yeah, that's immediately better.
essentially just, can I well up any amount of power from the unsteely core to try to transport her home to her mom, or get in contact with Ignia in some way, saying
Roll,
like, "Hey, your kid is in danger. Come help. Bring her home."
roll me a religion check.
Okay. 11.
There's a moment where you kind of get quiet, and it's weird, Passeth. This is a bit of a journey for you, as normally bringing up your magic is making your mind run faster and faster and faster, and coming up with all kinds of different possibilities and different ways of approaching subjects and different schematics all popping up in your head at once. But now you move to be quiet and direct. And as you close your eyes and mutter a prayer, there's not a clear response in terms of a message directed at you. Though, with the shift in the wind nearby, and almost like a shadow seems to grow from a nearby tree line, it's like something heard you, but can't quite connect to you.
I don't something there, but not super great at this yet. Think something heard me. I don't know what that means exactly.
Then I guess we wait for the response if something heard you?
I
Listen, even more than the kid, I can't really go in there. I've murdered a number of people. I'm not just gonna be able to walk in there without repercussion.
Well, how about this then? We leave the cart and and some living supplies with you, and the two of you can look out for each other somewhere safe.
Do you just want us to wait up here for a day, two, just until you get back?
Mm. Unless someone else has a better idea than that. I suppose so, yeah.
I can't think of anything else.
Because I feel like it's not the best, but right now it's the only thing that I think makes the most sense. If neither of you are going in, then both of you stay out here, look out for each other, and we go in, we do what we need to do, and once that's done, they come back for you. Once we make sure it's safe.
I understand. Just if you do run into that, if you do run into a shawl, don't look her in the eye.
Understood.
Keep that in mind.
Okay. Okay, kid.
Do you still have the gem that I gave you?
You're talking to Malman? Which one are you referring to?
The gem that I got from my sister that he was supposed to present to her.
That's right. He roots around in his pocket and pulls it out. Yeah, I didn't really get a chance to present it.
Me anyway.
Well, kid, come on. I got some snow globes that need lovin', and he'll head off with Iggy, who kind of looks a little sad being carried in the back of the cart, but
We'll be back.
she just waves. Okay.
All right. Well, then, gang, let's go storm the proverbial castle.
Yep.
3 against the world. Looks like some tough odds for them. Let's get going.
I'd say it's about an even fight.
Yeah, you're probably right. I'm too optimistic sometimes.
And you guys begin your descent. As you go down the entryway of Dark Gulch, it's a oddly situated position here, as the sun in place in the sky should be casting a shadow on the wall that you are approaching, but somehow the entirety of the gulch remains dark, regardless of where the sun is in the sky. Approaching the side, you see that descends downwards deeply. The only thing that you're able to make out is what looks like a pool of water at the bottom. As you approach the sides, you notice that there's a ramp-like structure that is connected to the top and seems to spiral downwards the entire way down. Hello?
Hello.
You know?
letting someone else take point.
Sorry about that. But yeah, Estelle's just very much wishing she could still use that white trick when she was in SMR. Sorry, I was quiet because I thought you were gonna continue to describe the scene. I apologize.
Fair enough. No problem. I will actually, though, for reference, post this in the session chat as this is what the interior looks like as you begin to descend, minus the giant crystal.
Ah.
Mm.
It's pretty in its own way.
Yeah.
There's a lot of foot traffic, surprisingly. A lot of the people are of various different descendants. You see half orcs, orcs, dwarves. You see humans and a few different fays. There are satyrs, but they all appear to be in fairly shabby clothing with dour expressions on their face.
Since we're new in the area, can I perception to see if anyone's keeping a specific close eye on us?
Yeah, roll a perception check.
13. That was a 4.
Looking around, it seems like most of the surrounding area is concerned with their own business. Very New York City like.
Until someone does something way too outrageous, nobody gives a shit. Got it.
Well, Estelle will say in a bit of a hushed tone, well, I suppose we can't exactly ask where he is, you think?
Yeah, I don't think that would go well.
Hmm. Well, from what I've understood of him, he would like the biggest, gaudiest looking place. If he were smart, he wouldn't, but I don't think he is. So, we can try to look around for something like that.
So you're just looking for a big gaudy mansion or something?
Whatever the most expensive looking place is.
Yeah. With someone like Drant's tastes, he wouldn't settle for anything common or small. He would want to go big. That's the
Okay.
best lead we've got right now without outright asking, hey, where is this person? Which is a bad idea in my eyes.
Okay. Roll me a investigation check. Anyone who wants to.
And, may I guidance this as well?
Sure.
I will provide advantage to Estelle via assistance because I can't investigate well.
All right, so advantage and guidance. So that's a 23 plus the 1d4, total of 24.
Okie dokie. Um, Walking around the city for a while, kind of going along the levels and spirals that it has, you notice that the walls that make up the quote unquote back have tunnels themselves that people are coming in and out of, uh, greatly implying that there's more to the city than just this main area. It looks to be less like a place where someone would go shopping, and it looks, to the best of your ability, a kind of clock-in station where a lot of people go to either go to work or are coming back from work. You can tell that the primary source of work around here seems to be mining. But continuing on, checking some of the buildings, a lot of them appear to be, and in the best case scenario, average. Nothing that appears to be opulent or gaudy. There does appear to be a lot of ramshackled housing and a lot of hard hit areas, it appears. But after about 3 hours of looking around and kind of going up and down the levels and keeping an eye out, but keeping to yourselves, there does appear to be the first sign of something as you come across a building towards the second to last layer before the reservoir. And on this building, while it's missing one of the P's and the T at the end, you can see that there is a building roughly about 15 feet high, about 10 or so feet wide, and about 20 or so feet deep. Not terribly big, but noticeable still. It says Copperfoot on the top.
Well, seems like we found our place.
Or at least a lead.
Right. Do you want to find a place to rest for a little bit, or do you just want to head on in right now?
We've done enough resting.
Right.
Okay, so you guys...
Means we're either not going to be able to leave, or leaving won't matter.
Fair assumption to make. All right. Let's go and knocking.
Okay. You knock on the door, and the door appears to give a little... It is clearly unlocked.
Peer in and see what I can see from a distance.
Looking in,
Yeah.
the room itself appears to be quite dark, and the little bit of light that is given way inside the actual city with almost crystalline torch scones giving off a bluish hue. You're able to see a little bit in, and you see a fairly nice, like, rug and dark brown furniture set up, but everything else is very dark, and it's hard to tell what's exactly in there.
Stell, what do you see?
I can see. And put on her glasses and see if there's with the 30 feet of X-ray vision, see if there's any hidden things that would be useful to know about.
Okay. Let me remind myself how X-ray vision works in D&D. This vision is a thing to use solid objects and light from passing through them. This vision okie dokie. So, looking in through the door with the X-ray vision, you're able to see that it appears there is a figure who is sitting at a table at the end, alone. They look like they might be writing something. Very slowly, perhaps. It's hard to tell from this distance. And more so, you do notice that there are other what appear to be something runic on the rug in the middle of the room that's lightly glowing, but not bright enough to be light, but just bright enough to notice seeing it.
Okay. Looking at it, is there some way to determine what it does?
You can roll an arcana with disadvantage, or you can go in and investigate.
I will take the arcana with disadvantage and give myself a guidance on that.
Okie doke.
Because she does not want to step in quite yet. That's a 4, and 1d4 won't help, but okay, a 4, so it's an 8.
8. What you do gather from this, you have no idea what it does, but in that you do kind of gather this might be another hag thing.
Okay. She will say, there's a rune on the rug. It might be another thing of hag magic. And there's someone in the room who looks like they're writing something, maybe? Slowly.
Don't like this.
either. But, uh, does the rug seem avoidable at all? Or is it immediately when you are in the room?
The rug is like 2 feet after the door, so and it takes up a good chunk of the actual floor, and the rune on it is not taking up the entirety of the rug, so there is the possibility of skirting by, but it might be a little difficult.
Okay.
I mean, I could toss a rock in and see what happens. It'll give away our presence, but we won't hopefully have to deal with the rune.
Well, you can try that if you want, yeah.
That's not usually how magic works.
Do you have any ideas?
Usually needs a physical, living body.
Well, why not just head on in? Avoid the carpet entirely.
No, I do have an idea. What's the
Alright.
door made out of?
It's made out of wood.
Oh.
Start this party off right.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Suddenly bear.
Are you gonna turn this fucking door into a bear?
It doesn't always have to be a bear.
It can be
Because
a bear cub.
bears have been very useful so far.
Could be a honey
But
badger.
here's something else. Here's something else that it can be, and I will cast polymorph on the door and make it a clockwork dragon. That is CR level 1.
Is it a beast?
It's a construct. But
I believe
I can change
polymorph
it.
has.
I mean, polymorph is usually anything, really,
I could be wrong.
doesn't it?
I could be wrong. Just want to make sure. I could have swore it was specifically a beast, though. I know true polymorph is whatever.
Doesn't mention anything about. Oh, wait, yeah. The new form can be any beast.
Dang, okay, then I'll get rid of my dragon.
Sorry.
It was a fun idea, though.
Yeah.
Let me look at other.
A snack?
Ooh, sneak a snake.
Something a little bit. How about an axe? I love axe beaks. They are beasts.
Mm-hmm.
An axe speak. Alright, alright.
Giant ostrich with an axe for a beak. In the room now. Or on the outside of the room, peering in.
There used to be a door.
There used to be a door.
Now it's a bird.
Okie doke. Yeah, the abomination is brought to life. And as it kind of perks up to life, give me a charisma check with advantage, Paseth.
Okay, go get moment. A charisma check.
Yeah.
My D&D Beyond being a little slow. Okay, I'm at
Nothing?
charisma check. So it's a 5. 9. Or a natural 1, so 6.
Okie dokie. Roll me a d4. Three. Okie doke. As you cast polymorph on the door and it turns into this beast of your choice, the beast arises and kind of looks around for a moment with its big bird eyes made out of wood and just begins to kind of big bird walk into the room. And it walks directly over the room. And just kind of stands there and just stares around, pecks itself a little bit.
Well, I guess it's good to go on in. For now, at least.
Double door. By any chance?
Hold door?
I think
Was
yes,
it
if it
a
was a
double door?
double
Like 2
door.
doors?
Oh, no, it's just a single door.
Okay. Pull out one of the logs just in case and hold it like under my arm.
Okay.
Alright. Let's go on in.
Let's go.
Okay, as you guys walk in, the Axbeak is standing in the middle of the room. Where are you guys going?
Lana's going to try and avoid the rug altogether if possible.
Okay, you're avoiding the rug. Anyone else?
Just out of pure caution, Estelle is also avoiding. Don't want to risk anything.
Understood. And Passeth.
Yeah, avoiding it too, as much as I can.
Okie doke. So, as you guys begin to walk alongside the rug, keeping clear of it, ensuring that you are not interacting with it, one person give me a perception check.
I'll look.
Not me.
Yeah. All for Leona doing it.
17.
17. Leona, you notice as the room is a little bit more illuminated now because the door is now gone completely. You notice that the body at the end of the room, who seems to be writing slowly, is seemingly more hunched over, like a puppet that is just kind of laying there. And the
Good.
arm is not making a writing movement, but more like a twitching movement. As you notice along it, there is a small and thin sheet of ice.
I don't think this is what we want. I think we should probably leave.
I need everyone to make a dexterity saving throw.
All right.
15.
Save.
Fail 6.
Fail.
Thank goodness.
Save. As you guys enter in to the abode here, there is a sound as your feet move on a specific board. And as it does, you hear a creak sound as the rune in the middle seems to disappear. And there are more runes on the sides of the walls that appear, all in this foreign hag magic circle conglomeration of confusion for all of you who have even dabbled in magic. And as you notice this, does Leanna have evasion yet, or is that later?
No, that is literally next level.
Gotcha. As you notice this, the runes begin to turn into ice and jagged, and there's an expansion of ice in the room. Leanna and Paseth, you're able to notice it in time as you're able to try to maneuver your bodies out of the way. Leanna, you are an expert at moving your body in the direction that you need it to, and Paseth, you are small enough to dodge out of the way of many of these things. But Estelle, you are taken off guard as you are focused on the rune in the middle and the body at the end. You take...
Give it to me straight, Doc.
Estelle, you take 10 points of cold damage, as Leanna and Paseth, you take 5.
I won't uncanny that just in case things get worse.
All right. Not as bad as it could be.
Especially since we're not in initiative order and I don't know how I would get my reaction back.
Of course.
Speaking of which, the body begins to move in unnatural ways as it begins to rise up. And as it turns around at an unnatural speed, you see out of its mouth, its head kind of back like a Pez dispenser, its jaw still in place, a shard of ice coming out of it. And you swear, looking into that ice, you see a face of an old woman with a wicked grin as she begins to laugh. It's so much fun for you to join me, dearies! And that is where we're going to end the episode this week.
Oh boy. time to fight a hag. Kind of.
Indirectly.
Well, first things first. Everyone, if you don't have one already, can add an inspiration to your character sheets because you fucking deserve it.
Ooh.
Thank you.
All right.
And specifically, Estelle,
Yes.
you level up.
Ooh, boy.
Now you're level 7 like the other two of us.
Honestly, I forgot I wasn't.
That was an amazing session, everyone. And I would like to just say thank you, and thank you to everyone who is listening. Much appreciated, and we'll see you next week.
See y'all next
Bye.
week. Bye bye, everybody.